Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to House Transportation. Before we get started, if I can ask everybody to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. All right, nice. Only 4 bills today. I'll start by opening up the public hearing on Senate Bill 499 relative to the membership duties and reporting requirements of the Traffic Safety Commission. I don't see Senator Birdsell. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Grant Bossy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, and I am here to introduce Senate Bill 499 on behalf of Senator Regina Birdsell, the bill's prime sponsor. This grew out of a conference that Senator Birdsell recently attended. I'm sorry, that's the next bill. This bill is simply a change in the reporting requirement for the Traffic Safety Commission. It adds that each year they shall include the aggregated data on the cause of traffic collisions in New Hampshire and any recommendations they may have on how to address those causes. During the hearing, Senator Prentice suggested that we add a member of the Trauma Medical Review Committee to the commission. The committee accepted that amendment as well, passed the bill unanimously, and it passed on the consent calendar back in February. Senator Birdsell, thanks you for your consideration.
Thank you. Will you take a few questions?
Absolutely.
I don't see, usually it's listed. Was this a request of, well, you just mentioned the process, but was there at any point recommendation by the Department of Safety for this change as well?
This did not come through the department. This was Senator Birdsell wanted to make sure that this report had concrete information. We know that traffic is caused by usually a combination of impairment, speed, weather, and this would just make sure that this report broke that down and we knew what was contributing to the causes of accidents here in New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I'm just curious if you know about the Trauma Medical Review Committee. What is that all about?
I do not. That was Senator Prentice's request to just add a member, thought it would be a valuable voice on this commission. I don't know what it does.
I can tell you later, Charlie, if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can find the information, or try to anyway, before we exec it. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this committee is focused on causation, correct? Like what caused the accident?
This report would be, the specific data would be looking at specific causes of the accidents, yes. I think the commission itself has a broader purview.
Representative Sykes.
Just for the committee's information, the Trauma Review Board is a state board that exists and has emergency room physicians, EMTs or paramedics and so on, physicians, and they take a look at all the different types of trauma cases that come through the hospital system, looking for causation and how to improve care. So it's a standing committee that has been in existence for many years, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Did I see Representative Hill? Nope. No? Anybody else? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll also be introducing the next bill. I have to run down to labor, so if you don't see me when you open that, I'm on my way.
It's going to be 2 minutes be ahead of now.
Thank you.
No, it's actually, no, 20. You're right, 10:20.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Thank you, sir. I have nobody else signed up to speak on Senate Bill 499. So I guess by gavelless, I will close the public hearing and on Senate Bill 499. And next up will be Senate Bill 500 at 10:20. And for the committee, I do apologize. There's been some confusion on whether or not I needed to add the disclaimer language to do executive sessions on the fly. I did not request it, and it did not appear. So unfortunately, we cannot take this 8 minutes to exec this bill if we wanted to. So for that, I take the heat. Apologize. Unfortunately, we can't exec anything until 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. Being 10:20, I'm going to open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 500 relative to restroom access for certain commercial motor vehicle operators. Chair recognizes Grant Bossy. Welcome, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I am still Grant Bossy, and to the best of my knowledge, I am still Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 500 on behalf of Senator Regina Birdsall, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill grew out of a conference that Senator Birdsall attended where female truck drivers listed access to restrooms as one of their top concerns for joining or staying in the industry. We have a shortage of truck drivers. We need female truck drivers to be part of that workforce. You would think it would be common sense and common courtesy that if a driver is having to wait hours at a time for a truck to be loaded or unloaded, or it's in line, that company receiving the delivery would let them use the employee restroom. Sadly, that is not the case, and sometimes drivers are very inconvenienced. When you got to go, you got to go. This would simply say that a commercial operation above a certain size, if it has a public restroom or an employee restroom and there are no public safety concerns, let the truck driver use the bathroom. That's all this bill does. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for much of that, and I agree, it's hard to believe we have to legislate things like this. But just a question, how widespread a problem is this? Did she get a sense of that?
I would defer to the advocates here who can talk about the problem in the industry.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Bob Scully, representing the Hampshire Motor Transport Association, in support of the bill. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is Bob Scully, and I represent New Hampshire Motor Transport Association today, the trucking industry and association of state of New Hampshire. The single largest problem that we have in the trucking industry is lack of drivers. As you remember, when we talked about the English-speaking bill that we had in here, and the one area that we have identified as an opportunity to get qualified drivers is women drivers. And there's a research firm that we use down in Atlanta, Georgia, called the American Trucking Research Institute. And they did a survey of potential drivers and women drivers and list the things that they like and don't like about trucking. And one of the single largest obstacles to women getting behind the wheel is lack of bathroom facilities. So this bill, if you read it, and I'll just summarize it quickly for you, if your facility is over 800 square feet, you have a bathroom, and you make it available to the public and your employees, this would require that you make it available to truck drivers. Not asking you to modify a building or to add a bathroom if you don't have one, or if you don't make it available to the public for the drivers. Many times drivers are made to sit in an area and wait until they can drop off their load. And I just think it's common decency to make facilities available to people that need them. So that's why we support this bill.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking questions. Is there a problem with these companies that they would allow male truck drivers to use facilities but not females?
No, they would not allow anybody to use the bathroom. It's just harder. It's been identified by the women more than the men that this is an issue, lack of facilities.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Geisen? No? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me put out a plea. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to Senate Bill 500? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on 500 and express once again my apologies to the committee. My frustration right now is beyond words. Our next public hearing will be at 10:40 on Senate Bill 559. Okay, welcome back to Transportation. Being 10:42, I'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 559, reducing the minimum allowable speed limit on locally controlled roads. Senator Ricciardi did send me an email with her written testimony that I'm getting copies made right now to distribute. In the meantime, they were unable to get somebody to introduce the bill on the fly. Can I get somebody from the committee to at least officially introduce it? Thank you, Representative Foote.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Representative Charles Foote, representing Derry, Rockingham 13. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 559, reducing the minimum allowable speed limit on locally controlled roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. You could have had that too, Representative Hamlin. Next up, Chair recognizes Catherine. I'm going to have a hard time with the last name. I'll let you do it. Representing herself in support of the bill. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Walsh and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Cusack, and I live on the Seacoast, where I organize a weekly women's bike ride called Mama Wheelies. We bring together women of all ages and abilities to get more women on bikes and to build a community. My reason for testifying here today is not just because I run this group, it's personal. Last summer, while riding my bike, I was T-boned by a car. It was the kind of moment that permanently altered my life. The glasses that I'm wearing today are prism lenses because I got a brain injury from being hit by a car. I now deal with an increase in anxiety anytime I ride my bike on the roads or anytime I am in a car and I see a cyclist or a pedestrian. This experience is why I am here today in strong support of Senate Bill 559. For those of us that walk, ride a bike, or run in New Hampshire, the speed at which a vehicle is going is the difference between a close call, a minor injury, a life-threatening injury, and death. The difference between 25 miles per hour and 20 miles per hour might not feel significant when we're behind the wheel, but it feels significant when we're the one being hit by a car. It also affects the likelihood that a crash can happen in the first place. SB 559 is a modest, practical step. It does not impose a statewide mandate. It simply gives towns the option to adopt lower speed limits on local roads where slower speeds will save lives. It respects local knowledge and decision-making. For these reasons, I urge the committee to recommend this bill ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
Yeah, sure, briefly.
Anybody from the committee have any?
Yeah.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have any indication whether your town would support the reduction in the area that you were T-boned?
So I actually was not T-boned in the state of New Hampshire. I was T-boned on the Cape in Massachusetts. But my opinions on how I feel riding a bike in the state of New Hampshire continue. The bike ride that I lead is out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So most of our riding is the Portsmouth, Newcastle, Rye area. I heard as I was walking in here that Portsmouth perhaps has already set one road at a speed limit of 20 miles per hour. I think that's what you said, Representative Walsh.
They had
I could
in
be
the
wrong.
past. They had in the past.
Okay.
I don't know if they've corrected it since.
Yeah. Thank you. Of course.
Being no other questions. Next up, Chair recognizes, I guess we'll go with Jeff Rogers, representing the Bike Walk Alliance of New Hampshire in support of the bill, seeking 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for your time today. Let me see if I can get on. My name is Jeff Rogers. I live in Manchester. In 2015, I was almost killed in a cycling crash. see you here. Although I wore a helmet, I received a traumatic brain injury that prevents me from recalling the crash. Medical records tell me that I received fractures to my skull, my ribs, and my pelvis, which together indicate a high-speed impact, but no vehicle remained on the scene. I spent 10 days in a medically induced coma. I was hospitalized for 6 weeks, and I was out of work for 6 months. Doctors in the hospital initially told my wife I would not live through the weekend. Now imagine what it's like to be told that about your spouse. During my recovery, I had to learn how to walk again and how to feed myself again. My first-hand experience tells me that higher speeds increase the likelihood and severity of crashes on our roads. Let me be blunt. No one's need to shorten their trip justifies the increased risk to my life or yours or anyone else's. Furthermore, the biggest driver of longer trip duration is not the speed limit in neighborhoods. It's the presence of stoplights, stop signs, yield signs, plus entering and turning traffic. Those factors are present today and will not be altered by changes to speed limits. Today's bill, as you've heard, changes no speed limits anywhere in the state. It merely allows towns where they judge it safe to do so to lower speed limits to 20 miles per hour, as they can already do today for seasonal traffic changes. Employers in Manchester, such as Army, which has pulled in over $250 million in funding since it began, they know that the employees they need to hire will want to live in neighborhoods with good schools and safe streets. Safe streets means calm speeds. New Hampshire communities are already embracing slower speed limits. As has already been mentioned, Portsmouth has some streets where the posted limit is 20 miles per hour, even though my understanding is that because of state law, they cannot enforce that. A report from their Parking and Traffic Safety Committee cites their their complete streets policy adopted by their council in 2013 as including 2 classes of street with a speed limit of 20 miles per hour. They call them neighborhood slow streets and city core slow streets, and they explicitly recommend changing several streets to the class of neighborhood slow street. They clearly foresee a future including 20-mile-per-hour speed limits. In closing, I implore you to give higher priority to the safety of citizens and grant towns the freedom to choose their neighborhood speed limits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, Chair recognizes Paul Seska, also representing the Bike Walk Alliance in support of the bill. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Bike Walk Alliance is the statewide education and advocacy organization. We try to work towards safer streets for biking and walking. What works well for making the roads safer for pedestrians also makes the roads safer for bikes. Rather than, I won't repeat, you already, I think, have an understanding of what the bill would do, the reason why pedestrian and bike fatalities keep on going up in New Hampshire. Earlier this morning, I was at a workshop on the Department of Transportation's Strategic Highway Safety Plan, and the numbers are not good. The goal is to bring them down, and yet they keep on going up. So we have to do things, we have to do something different because what we've been doing is not working. So this bill is strongly bipartisan. There's 8 Republican sponsors and co-sponsors and 5 Democrats. Again, it would not mandate that local authorities do anything, so the bill itself would not bring down speed limits. It would merely empower local authorities to implement a lower speed limit following a traffic or engineering study. I've heard the argument that a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit bill comes up every few years. Well, there was a seasonal speed limit bill that came around in 2024, and as you probably know, that passed. Before that, there was a bill in 2018 that was voted inexpedient to legislate. But importantly, since then, there are 2 important and highly authoritative sources have weighed in favor of lowering speed limits as low as 20. The first is the National Association of City Traffic Officials, which came out with a guide in 2020 called City Limits, and it states a growing body of research shows that speed limit changes alone can lead to measurable declines in speeds and crashes, even absent enforcement or engineering changes. I think we all understand that speed limit changes alone aren't as good as changing road design, increasing enforcement, et cetera, but there's more and more research to indicate that merely bringing down speed limits does result in improved safety. The second source is National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and that is the blue handout that you got this morning with the juicy parts highlighted. And you can see again that it says convincing evidence exists that lowering speed limits can reduce average travel speed and crashes in urban areas, even if no or few changes are made to the roadways. Keep in mind that we're not envisioning large, long, miles and miles of road being posted at 20 miles per hour. We're envisioning limited amounts, congested areas. Again, it needs to be supported by a traffic or engineering study. If you are traveling through, I think a quarter of a mile, if you're going 20 versus 25, it only takes 9 seconds longer to drive through that area going 20 versus 25. So again, the impact is minimal on travel times. I just want to bring one more thing to your attention, and that is last year, Secretary Duffy of the Secretary of Transportation came out with a letter to governors touting the Safe Roads Initiative. That's safe arterials for everyone through reliable operations and distraction-reducing strategies. So the acronym is Safe Roads. And on the Safe Roads website, the DOT website, they reference proven safety countermeasures. And among those proven safety countermeasures are appropriate speed limits for all road users. And then when you follow that link further, it brings you to that handout that you got, the blue handout. And again, it mentions that addressing speed is fundamental to the safe systems approach to making streets safer, and a growing body of research is showing that speed limit changes alone can lead to measurable declines in crashes. It goes on to say, based on international experience and implementation in the United States, the use of 20-mile-per-hour speed zones or speed limits in urban core areas where vulnerable road users share the environment with motorists may result in further safety benefits. I can be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have to lead off. It says you don't envision all roads in the towns being reduced to 20 miles an hour. But I remember when I was riding my bicycle around, I went everywhere. So even though you're not envisioning it, based on some of the things you just read from that study too, is it a goal of the Bike Walk Alliance to get all speed limits reduced to 20 miles an hour? Because bicycles, in theory, could go anywhere.
It is not our goal to bring speed limits down to 20 miles per hour area everywhere. It is our goal to improve safety everywhere.
But I guess I still don't understand. If you make one road 20 and the rest of them are 25 or 30 or 35, how does this work? Are there going to be maps for bicyclists to make sure they stay on the 20-mile-an-hour roads?
Well, in congested areas, certainly there's, especially where there's narrow lanes, speed limits need to be lower. I think in other areas where there's multiple lanes, or there's a bike lane, or there's enough room for the separation of the motor vehicles and the people on bikes, then the speed limits don't need to be as low.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you or members of your organization voluntarily drive your cars at 20 miles an hour on the roads at all now?
I'd have to poll the members of my organization. I certainly do pay close attention when there's speed limits as low, with speed limits, particularly when they're lower than 30. I know there's a reason for that, and so I drive accordingly.
Thank you.
I have another one. In the studies that you provided us and quoted a few times, and I hear the word congestion or congested times coming up a lot, or when bicycles and motor vehicles are being used in the same areas, has there been any weight of the fact that that congested period could be only a few hours of the day? Wouldn't probably apply to a lot of bicycles being out at night? And would it be fair to the motorist to be asked to drive that slow when there's nobody else present? Was that factored into those statements at all?
Okay. I have to admit that I'm not knowledgeable about how the actual traffic or engineering studies are done. Perhaps Mr. Lambert can address that question. Again, I don't think it's fair to allow people to drive at a speed that is going to be that endanger other people on the road. I mean, if it's a question of fairness, and again, the impact on travel times is minimal as long as the areas that are 20 miles per hour are not too long.
Thank you. I was going to wait for this. But have you heard, believe it or not, in the past, an engineer from the Department of Transportation, it's not about travel times. It's just a matter of fact that 20 miles an hour is painfully slow. And if there's no reason to be doing 20 miles an hour, because for 22 hours of the day, there is no obstacles, other people, other congestion, is unfair. Have you heard that quote before?
I have heard the phrase painfully slow. I have found, though, when I drive through an area that's posted at 25 or 20, again, it's a short distance, and I don't mind the fact that it's going to take me a couple of extra seconds in order to improve safety for everybody else on the road and improve the community as a result.
One last question for you. Did you know that in spite of what it's posted on the side of the road, it is still the responsibility of the motor vehicle operator to reduce their speed sufficiently due to conditions that are present?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I'm not being sarcastic when I ask this question. I'm dead serious about this. Would you envision, in the guise of the safety, a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit?
Well, we do have 15-mile-an-hour speed limits for school zones at certain times of the day.
Right, but I'm talking about,
I'm not aware of there being any kind of support or even a technical argument for having 15-mile-per-hour speed limits. So no, I wouldn't envision having 15-mile-per-hour speed limits around the clock. I think that there are probably some cases and places where that's appropriate. But again, I think it depends on the context.
a follow-up.
Yeah, follow up.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So your group would not support a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit in these areas where you're talking about a 20-mile-an-hour limit would be a good thing?
I would not support that today, but if I'd keep my mind open, if there were additional information that were to come to light in the future, that 15 would be safer, and result in fewer crashes, fewer fatalities, fewer injuries.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will you take one more?
Certainly.
Representative Hill?
You mentioned thank you for taking that question. You mentioned a meeting that you attended earlier today, and the numbers were not good. What does that mean, and is that percentage increases, or how are the numbers conveyed to you?
Well, thank you for the question. It was the DOT every 5 years renews its or rewrites its strategic highway safety plan. And so the meeting this morning was one of a handful of regional meetings that they're having. And the presentation by the consultant that DOT hired to do this showed a graph of the goal for reduced serious, I think it was serious crashes. I think they included fatalities as well as serious injuries from motor vehicle crashes. The goal being to go down over time. and also on the same graph showing a very steep increase over the last 11 years to the present. I don't know what the percentage was, but it was a pretty steep increase over that amount of time.
Yep, follow up.
Thank you. Did that include, was that all road crashes, or did that include crashes on trails and bike paths and things like that?
Well, I don't think it was bike paths, since the focus of the plan was, the state highway plan. So I'm assuming it was all roads. I don't know whether it was just state roads. I'm sure, again, Mr. Lambert could probably answer that question
Great.
too.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last person I have signed up to speak, not taking a position on the bill, Mr. Bill Lambert from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. Good to see you, sir.
It's good to be seen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Probably going to have somewhere on my gravestone engraved that two-word phrase, painfully slow, because it seems like that comes up fairly frequently. So thank you for remembering. For those that don't know, Bill Lambert, I'm the DOT's Highway Safety Active Transportation Administrator. And prior to that, I spent 23 years as the state traffic engineer, where I had the commissioner's delegated authority to set speed limits. There's three statutes that involve speed limits in the state. This 26560 is the statutory speed limits that are set by this body based on context. And then there's the two statutes that allow states and towns and cities to modify those speed limits based on engineering and traffic investigation. This particular bill is for RSA 26563, which is for municipal responsibility, so the DOT does not have an opinion on it. We do have some concerns that public perception could leak onto some of the unnumbered state roads that it doesn't apply to. Essentially, I'm here because I've had years of experience with speed limits, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, taking questions. Does your department currently field questions from different towns and cities about being able to lower the speed limits on their roads?
Thank you for the question. I think the short answer is that I get that question a lot, but I've been around for quite a while, and people know who I am, and they Google speed limits and my name comes up, so they'll reach out for advice. So I'll get that question. But it's just a network in a small state like New Hampshire. People try to find somebody that's knowledgeable rather than doing the research themselves. So I do get that question quite a bit from some of the towns and cities.
Follow up?
Yep, follow up.
Thank you. So are they active, or do you get requests to be able to lower it below 25 miles an hour now
On state roads?
on town roads?
On town roads, I don't get those requests. I get questions about what the process is and pointing them to the right statute. And I just had a gentleman from Enfield within the last month that wanted more information on seasonal speed limits. And I copied and pasted all of the relevant statutes and gave him some of the history of how they were created. So those are the kind of questions I get.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for taking my question. Is there any current data relative to the percentile that the DOT uses for determining speed limits? I've seen I'm wondering if you've seen a lot of information suggesting that the current number, I think is 85%, is out of date and should be looked at much more carefully because it's skewing the safety factor.
Thank you for the question. That's a very complicated question, so I'll try to summarize as quickly as I can. So the 85th percentile dates back to research that was done in the 1960s by what's now the Federal Highway Administration. And in the last probably 10 or 15 years, there's been a lot of discussion about whether that's relevant or not. I know that folks in NACTO, the urbanized areas, tend to be looking at using different criteria. So the current standard in the Federal Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices references the 85th percentile, but it also encourages people to look at several other factors like context when determining speed limits.
Follow-up?
Thank you for taking a follow-up. When the state DOT engages in a traffic engineering study as proposed in this legislation, how is it that 85 percentile is to be used? In other words, is it a rule? Is it in the law? How does that happen?
There's no, thank you for the follow-up. There's no definition of a traffic and engineering investigation in statute. So from the DOT, what I started probably 15 years ago is using a comprehensive expert system. So it's federal highway developed, it's public domain. It includes input data like 85th percentile, 50th percentile, crash history, context, pedestrian and bike presence, a lot of those things. You enter any of that input and then the algorithms will come up with a recommended speed limit. So the 85th percentile is still considered more heavily weighted in rural areas than it is in urban areas, but it also considers all of the other factors. You're welcome.
I've got a couple while I'm thinking about it. You mentioned there's no definition in statute of what that investigation or that study looks like. Do you think it's time we actually put something in statute that does clarify it?
Thank you for the question. It would be helpful from the perspective of attrition, different people that are responsible for it, and with all the different towns that have to follow that there is no standard. I would be somewhat concerned about having something fixed in statute that doesn't change with the times. Like we talked about, the 85th percentile philosophy has changed. So I wouldn't want to have something that was too restrictive that it wasn't flexible enough to change as philosophy changed.
Well, that leads me to a follow-up. Thank you for that. I don't have the statute open in front of me, but I don't believe it's the Department of Transportation that would do all these studies or investigations for the towns. I believe they can hire their own engineers to do them as well. Is that true?
Yes, thank you for the follow-up. The RSA 265-63 specifically says that towns and cities are not required to hire an engineer if they have engineering on staff. So the implication is if they have a public works director or somebody that's qualified internally, they don't have to hire somebody. But if they don't, the expectation would be that they would hire somebody.
Thank you. Bottom line, it doesn't have to be DOT. Right.
Correct.
Representative Hill, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lambert. A little bit about the process. I think I heard you say a crash history. Does the DOT follow history in specific areas and then make adjustments to speed limits in certain areas, or is that just something as part of the formula when you're reviewing as you go?
I would love to say that we conduct thank you for the question, that we conduct very comprehensive speed limit evaluation of the whole system. We just simply don't have the resources. So we evaluate speed limits on a case-by-case basis, generally when the topic comes up, when there's a request from the town or citizens or something like that, to that effect. And at that time, we would get the class data for that segment. We're about to get, in conjunction with the Department of Safety, a pretty robust crash analysis tool. So hopefully we can do more network screening in the near future, but we don't have that resource at this time.
Quick follow-up.
Yep, follow-up.
That is strictly for state roads, or is that true of all roads?
Thank you for the question, but is that for the crash analysis tool?
Yes, yes.
My understanding is that will be for any road in the state.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for taking my question. Are you familiar with any of the safety reports that were cited earlier discussing the difference between 25 and 20? And
is that the question? Because that's the easiest one so far.
Well, what's your opinion on how they affect enforcement and compliance and safety overall?
Thank you for the question. I'm very familiar. I'm not as familiar with City Streets by NACTO. I've read it, and I've got it filed that I can refer to. I currently chair a National Cooperative Highway Research Panel on a project for it's a very long title, but essentially dealing with excessive speed. That should be published at the end of this year. They're going to produce guidance of different measures to impact speed or try to manage speed on different contexts of roads. I'm also on an NCHRP panel for developing speed reduction factors. So I can't quote them. I'm familiar with most of the research that's been done. The speed management is so complicated. It's not an objective like a broken arm that you can take an X-ray and fix. There's so many different variables that affect speed. The vehicle's capability, the driver's choices. So a lot of that research, to me, is inconclusive. When we've done specific research in the state, I mean, we looked at this before and after speed data for Main Street and Concord when they made the big change from 4 lanes to 2. And the speeds in that Main Street are generally between 15 to 25 miles an hour, but that's the context. The same speed limit would be on Loudon Road, and people aren't doing 15 to 25 miles an hour there. So I don't really have a good answer to your question. The one about whether I was familiar with the reports was much easier. It's such a complicated issue that there's no real easy answers. Even in the NCHRP report that the panel I chair, very, very smart people from Iowa State and ITE and Streetlight, it was the big data folks, have spent 2 years on it, and they don't really have any conclusive information. It's just very complicated.
Thank you.
Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I was surprised in earlier testimony to hear about a 15-mile-an-hour school zone, but I'm not surprised after having read the Code of Law. In deeper dive, the only place I found is Lime Road in Hanover. Do you know how many 15-mile-an-hour zones there are in the state at all?
Thank you for the question. I don't track the school zone speed limits. I couldn't give you a number of that, but the speed limit in New Hampshire for school zone is 10 miles an hour less than the usual speed limit. So there's not a lot of 25-mile-an-hour speed limits in the state. If you said Lime Road, that might be a town road. That's not Route 10, right? That is Route 10. Is that Route 10? I'd be surprised if that's 15 because I'm not aware of that going to 25 miles an hour. But towns like Newmarket, Tilton, that have state roads that are posted at 25, Newcastle is pretty rare.
Thank you.
Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. This would also cover urban compact roads?
Thank you for the question. Urban compacts, state roads within the urban compacts, I believe, are the Class 4 roads. My understanding is RSA 265-63 covers roads under local, I think it's towns and cities within their jurisdiction. So from my perspective, and I'm not a lawyer, I would think that the urban compact, the state routes that go through an urban compact are under local jurisdiction. I think in that statute, it says that on those particular roads, they would have to petition the state to concur. But in my practice, that's pretty much been a rubber stamp.
Quick follow-up?
So if I can interrupt you.
Sure.
So that means Maple and Beach Street in Manchester, as part of Route 28 in an urban compact, could be reduced potentially if this were to pass to 20 miles an hour?
Thank you for the question. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but my interpretation of 265-63 is that towns and cities can control roads within their jurisdiction, and I believe that the state routes that go through an urban compact are local jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, just to be clear, this would end, whether it's a town or a city, it would end right at their boundary or boundaries.
Thank you for the question. I think this would be, and I can't speak for the intent of the law, but my understanding is you're looking at the kind of condensed areas, so that wouldn't even be the town boundary. That would be like the developed areas within the town. But I think the way the law is written, it would be only for that jurisdiction, for that town.
Thank you.
I hate to keep doing this to you, but you're so good at answering the questions. Getting back to the statute when it describes the engineering or traffic investigation or study. Do you think a simple criteria, because it's always been my understanding that when establishing a speed limit on the road, the engineering should be looked at during daylight hours, dry pavement, and no congestion present? Would simple language like that be a good idea to put into statute, just to clarify some of these non-DOT engineers that are trying to come up with justification for lowering or raising a speed limit?
Thank you for the question. So I think I agree with you that the speed limits that are set in statute are supposed to be the reasonable and prudent maximum under ideal conditions. In practice, when I've done speed studies for an engineering and traffic investigation, we're not supposed to include times of congestion. It's supposed to be free-flowing traffic. Back in the old days, we'd sit on the side of the road with a radar gun and count cars as they went by. Now we would do it with tubes, or we have probe data that we use a lot now. Even with including the congestion and weather and all the other things, the speed numbers don't change a whole lot. I think people drive where they're comfortable for. But if you did want to put something in the statute that puts some detail onto what the expectations of an engineering and traffic investigation were, I think that would help to have consistency among the towns. Because right now, I don't think there's a lot of consistency.
Yeah, thank you for that. Only because there's a lot of towns that do have their own engineers, and I can't see them coming up with a study that would be contrary to what some in town may want. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you so much.
I have nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 559, so I'll close the public hearing. A couple minutes to reset. We will go into Senate Bill 617. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 617. I just wanted to double check my emails. Senator Gannon cannot make it. And was also unable to get somebody else to introduce it in his behalf or on his behalf. So if I can get a member of the committee, Representative Foote, to introduce it, we can start the public hearing from there. I need 2 pink cards too, one from the previous bill as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Representative Charles Foote, representing Derry, Rockingham 13. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 617 relative to the removal of abandoned vehicles by law enforcement. And I will not yield to questions. I have an audience behind me that would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for full transparency, we'll go over the public hearing for 617 as it stands. I have 2 amendments coming for 617, potentially, that take some of the language from 1492 and attach it to 617. But I'm just going over those now, so we'll start with what we've got and we'll expand into it as I get these. So the chair recognizes Captain Amatucci from the New Hampshire State Police. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Matt Amatucci. I'm a captain with the State Police. I'll start with a little bit of background from what I know about the tow list. So what began as a 1.5-page memorandum of understanding between tow companies and the state police evolved into emergency rule framework put in place for 180 days around 2020. When the department did not produce permanent rules, due in large part to the disruption of COVID-19, the temporary rules became default permanent rules. In 2023, the state police use of tow lists, which is New Hampshire RSA 106, 26 through 34, which is the current statute, was formally created to establish clear, vetted process for selecting record companies utilized by the New Hampshire State Police. Before the tow list existed, there was no comprehensive vetting for equipment, business practices, or personnel, despite the public's widespread assumption that the tow company referred by the state police was reputable and trustworthy. The program was developed collaboratively by the division, industrial stakeholders, and representatives from towing community. The core goal was to establish consistent standards that reinforce public confidence in towing services associated with the state police. So over the last 3 years, there's been some challenges and some lessons learned. As expected with any new regulatory program, a number of operational procedural conflicts emerged. Over the past year, a working group reviewed RSA 106B 26 through 34 and identified several sections in need of clarification or amendment. The most glaring adjustments are reflected in the amendment before you today. A couple of examples that I'll provide is if a company is removed from the tow list, should reinstatement occur automatically after a period of not more than 2 years, or should the business be required to reapply? Currently, it's automatic. Who should be subject to criminal history checks under current statute? Only the tow truck operator, owner, manager, and supervisor are screened. However, situations occur in which another employee who does not fit under these categories with a significant criminal history may accompany the driver to a call. So what this legislation does is it defines employee as an individual employed by the tow business who may physically respond to roadside to a state police tow call for service. That replaces the narrower term of tow truck operator with more appropriate language of employee. It modernizes and cleans up statutory language. For example, replaces references to state police or from state police communications to a more general terminology of state police. And it clarifies the processes under RSA 106B 34 regarding compliance, action, and disciplinary enforcement. So with that, I'd be glad to try to answer any questions the committee may have.
Any questions from the committee? I guess I have a couple. In going over this bill probably 12 times, and in my conversations, I didn't know this was going to be tow company year either in transportation. It's been entertaining. I see a lot of reference to the state police tow list, the state police tow list. Everywhere you look, it's the state police tow list. So what about municipal police? Do they use the state police tow list, or does anything in this only cover state police?
Thank you for the question. It only refers to the state police. This is only the state police is governed by 106B 26 through 34.
So we could be spending all this time trying to come to a place dealing with state police, and it would be for nothing regarding when a municipal police calls a wrecker. Is that true?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the local agencies are not governed by this statute. This is specific to the state police. We are leaps and bounds ahead of where we were prior to this statute. What we're hoping to accomplish is just fix a couple of issues, not huge issues, but issues that have come up over the last 3 years since this was put into place.
Thank you. Do municipal police have the ability to use the state police towing list?
Thank you for the question. They use the same companies in virtually every instance, but it's not the state police tow list. So if we find a violation or if there's an issue with a tow company that we're dealing with, it doesn't prohibit or prevent a local agency from using that same company. If that makes sense.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill? Yeah, buy me some time, would you?
Yeah, I'll follow up on that. Are you aware of any municipalities that have requested the state police tow list to utilize for their own purposes?
Thank you for the question. Not specifically. Again, town by town, they'll pull from local agencies. It might be a tow company, but they'll have their own policies as far as response times and expectations. Our policy is law as far as what our criteria is and what's required expectations, our vetting process. So I would suspect that our law and policy is much more comprehensive probably than many local agencies.
Thank you.
Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm trying to think, is there a set of circumstances where the state police may be actioned on to implement their tow list to tow in a municipality, whether the state trooper was a responder to an accident or whether the municipality asked for help? Is that something the state trooper or barracks would assist with?
So thank you for the call. Thank you for the question. It really depends on, I guess, who has jurisdiction, if you will, on that call. There's times where we'll go and we'll assist. In a local agency, for example, if we come across a crash before the local agency, there's going to be a delay, but then we would be primary. We would be the primary investigating law enforcement agency, I guess. In that instance, we may call for a wrecker, and then it may be determined that, the local agency gets there, they might end up taking the crash, if that answers your question. So it may be a time where just for public safety to clear the roads, if we are first on scene, even if we aren't, we don't have necessarily jurisdiction of that community, where we may start if there's going to be a delay.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If a municipality asked to use or get access to the state police towing list, would the state police be willing to share that?
So thank you for the question. Yeah, there's nothing that prohibits us saying who we use as far as tow companies in different towns. Again, I'm sure we're using the same companies as, you know, Manchester, for example. I think we have 5 or 6 companies that we use in the city of Manchester. Manchester, I'm sure, uses the same 5 or 6. They may have more that they pull from, but it's not as simple as like, here's a defined list that we would just share with an agency, although there's much of what we have is not, it's not like confidential. There's no reason why we wouldn't share it or couldn't share it.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, taking questions. So if a tow company, if a state police called a tow company, tow company was the perfect company every time you work with them, be great. But if they were also called by a town, municipality, but they were less than stellar working with that town, is there any way that your department would know about that discrepancy in the way the tow company handled the state police versus the town?
So thank you for the question. Not necessarily. As far as like response times is what I default back to, is that's a big thing that we're concerned with. We want to make sure that the response times were in 30 minutes for, light, medium wreckers, and then your heavy duty have 60 minutes. That's what we're most concerned with. And we don't, knock on wood, we receive very, very few complaints from the public as it relates to tow companies.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yeah, follow up.
Thank you. Way I understand it, as part of this bill, the state police can review a tow company's operation, the way they respond, et cetera. Would they take into consideration how that tow company works with the local towns as part of their review?
Thank you for the question. I don't have an answer. I would suspect not. I don't know. That's not really part of our application process per se, but it wouldn't prevent a local agency from communicating with us if they're having issues. But that would probably be more along the lines of, these are the issues I'm having. Are you having the same issues? Is there a reason why there's a disconnect? But that's pure speculation. I don't have an example to provide you, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? I guess that leaves me. Couple questions. With everything surrounding 1492 as well, House Bill, and it is germane to this, the tentacles are going, they are combined. And one of the amendments that we're going to be talking about, and I will put this out for everybody to see in a few minutes, I just haven't had a chance to read it myself yet, talks about the posting of the information on an invoice that a hearing is possible if you think you've been treated unfairly. At the hearing for 1492, it was said that because it's an RSA 262, that could be a problem, and the towing companies could be looked at as paying fines, or actually, I believe I heard testimony saying they could be charged with a misdemeanor or a felony. The attorney I spoke with said, no, it will probably be a $50 fine. The question I have for you, in light of the fact that we're making changes to RSA 106, do you think complying with having the language for the appeal on an invoice should probably be better in 106 as opposed to 262?
So thank you for the question. I think that the most appropriate way to handle that would be to require that in the application process, make that a requirement. Therefore, they'd be subject to discipline, opposed to any criminal component. And that could be addressed in rule as far as how they could, the different mechanisms that they could notify, whether it's, QR codes, websites, whatever, that would be something where we could work with stakeholders, industry, what makes the most sense, but ensure the public gets the information that they need in how to require or request to have a hearing.
So I'll take that as a yes.
Yes,
Because
sir.
that's what 106B does.
Yes,
That
sir.
are the requirements. Let me go one step further with that. Again, still related. If we all agree that if you're in violation, even as a tow company of RSA 262, whether you're looking at the fee schedule of $50 or in some cases, maybe it could rise to a higher crime, what would you think or how would you feel if language was also inserted in 106B that looked at a different part of it? Right now, if we can say and all agree that having the language for the language on the invoice should be moved or could be holding somebody responsible criminally in 262, let me share this with you. Same thing, RSA 262 or 35A, all fees charged for the removal and storage of any vehicle caused to be removed by an authorized official pursuant to RSA 26232 or 260T42A shall be reasonable and may reflect market variables, including but not limited to distance traveled, et cetera, et cetera. Where I'm going with this, do you believe, or do you think it would be wise if a towing company, for example, was unsuccessful in an appeal, they lost an appeal. Say somebody said, no, you're charging me too much. They went through the process of an appeal and lost. I've spoken to the same attorney. Would they then be in violation of 262 also? Because it's already now been proven that the rate they charged was not reasonable. And so therefore, wouldn't it be a good idea to put that into 106B as well? Because that also deals with the suspension of a tow business from the list for a year not to be less than 2 years, for a period not less than 2 years. Do you see where I'm going with this? If we agree that you could be held to a standard in 262 for not putting language on an invoice, how can you not agree that if they were found to be charging too much, also be in violation of 262?
So thank you for the question. I have a few comments. So it would start with Bureau of Hearings. If they lose that, so to speak, they can appeal that to the Superior Court. So there's layers of the appeals process, if you will. I would say that the language was probably constructed the way that it is broadly in what is reasonable, because it truly is case by case. And to compare a like call to a like call, that is what we will do if there is a complaint, where we will pull a like vehicle under like circumstances. For example, a deer crash. A vehicle strikes a deer. The bill is $1,200, and it was pretty basic. The customer is not satisfied with that. They request to have a hearing. Within the allotted time, there's a hearing. And part of that investigation would be for us to look at like tows. And if it's, typically $450 to $650, that is the information that would be provided, that in that instance, it was unreasonable. But it really truly is every case that is looked at. We've heard testimony previously, not today, about, a shovel that costs $60. What we don't know is, what was that shovel used for? Does that shovel need to be disposed because it has biohazard on it? There's a lot of layers to each one, and that's why there's hearings. That's why there's appeal process. But it really is case by case, and we average about 6,000 tows a year.
Thank you for that. I guess just in summary, in spite of the fact that most people do not know, from what we've heard, that there's an even appeals process, and that's the reason for the change to put it on the invoice, do we have cases now in a hearing process, even if it's appealed to the Superior Court, that the towing truck companies have been shown to have been charged or charging in excess?
Thank you for the question. I'm aware of one case. And again, it's not to say that people weren't aware of the process. So that could be skewed, but I can tell you that I believe last year there were 5 hearings that related to fees. 3 were state police, 2 were local. I believe it could be 2 or 3, 3, 2. But it's a very small amount of people who request to have hearings based on fees. And that could be because they don't know what the process is, or it could be because a lot of people have insurance and the insurance companies aren't the ones that are coming forward to say that this fee was. So there's a lot of variables. I know I'm not answering your question directly because it is a very complex and kind of a moving target as it relates to fees and the process.
Well, you did answer my question, so thank you. And another one too, that actually involving the license suspension, you mentioned that 2 of the cases were from local police, so not state, so, okay. Any other questions from the committee? But, and the other question you've proven to me is that this is a little bit more complicated than I think anybody thought. Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, well, I have nobody else signed up to speak. Whoop. For you, sign up, fill out the pink card, please.
Set the timer. It's fine. 2 minutes is great. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jay O'Leary, representing the Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for indulging me. I just wanted to be really quick because I have been one that's been involved in this and kind of all over the map with my assessment of it. And I've done a little more research. And so I just wanted to kind of share a little more of what the discussion could involve, to your point about it being a complicated area. Regarding how 617 and 1492 kind of correlate with each other. We've spoken in the past about what the main part of this is, the invoice and the fees. And the fee portion being attached to the last conversation that you just had regarding the reasonableness and being held accountable under 262.1 penalty. That 262.1 penalty specifically states that the violation has to be willful. So there has to be a willful violation. So when they are determining, when it has to go in front of a hearings examiner to determine whether or not it's reasonable, it kind of pulls potentially the willful part of that phrase out of that penalty section. But more importantly, who does this apply to? Does it apply to just state police? Does it apply to all police officers? And the answer to the question is it applies to all police officers. So the authority to take a vehicle right out of the abandoned motor vehicle statute under 262.31, the definition of an authorized official, 259.4A, is state police, a member of law. It basically lays out this whole thing that sounds like it's only state police, but the last term says or peace officer. And that's where, where I admittedly had dropped off of it because I had seen all the stuff that related to state employees, but not peace officers. So now that because it says peace officer, it does involve all tow companies. So if we do put language into 617, even though my feeling is that, that invoice notification shouldn't be under 262 for the reasons previously discussed, that would only affect the requirements for state police. So the local tow companies would not be required under 617, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to make it more complicated for you. And I wanted to do it in 2 minutes. Full disclosure, so.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Any other questions from the committee? Well, seeing none. I have nobody else signed up to speak on Senate. I do need a pink card still too. I think he's doing it now. I have nobody else signed up to speak on Senate Bill 617. Anybody else wish to? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And again, for anybody that wasn't here earlier, we will be taking up our executive session at 1 o'clock. Am I going to see you up there?
I'm back here for one.
One of you today, huh?
Right, you never know.
One of you today? You guys have
Jenny's gonna go downtown for one, and she's getting some stuff done.
years in the fire service, and I have seen with my own personal eyes what a pedestrian versus automobile or bicyclist versus an automobile looks like, and it's not pretty. And the most important and compelling testimony that was provided to us was the difference in survivability between 25 miles per hour and 20 miles per hour. It's a very significant difference. People have a much better chance of surviving that crash as opposed to not. So the other part of this is enabling legislation. It is not mandated that it has to happen. It just gives your local legislative leaders, whether it's the city council or whether maybe perhaps it could be a town meeting. I don't know, it depends. But it gives an option, another tool to make pedestrian and bicyclists safer on our local roads. I think that's critically important, particularly where the prices of motor vehicles continues to go up and up and up, and more people are choosing to ride their bikes, taking electric bikes as their primary mode of transportation, and we just need to recognize that fact moving forward. Legislation should not always just be a reaction to some problem, but rather, isn't it within our purview to say, here's where we are today, and if we do this, it'll be improving the future. And isn't that important? So for that reason, for those reasons and those reasons, primarily, I have to vote against the motion in hopes that other persons here will vote with me so we can have a full-throated possibility of improving the life safety for citizens.
Representative Bayou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that safety is imperative, but this isn't the first time we've heard this type of bill. And one of the areas of testimony that I always look to is the DOT's position. I've been involved in Safe Streets project in my hometown. I've been involved with the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee, and I'm aware of a lot of these issues. But the number one factor that improves safety is road design. It's very, very hard to enforce a speed limit when the road does not support that speed limit. When the road is designed for faster speeds, unless you have constant enforcement, it's really difficult. So you're not really improving safety unless you constantly have a police presence in that area. And a lot of these, psychological calming tactics are not prohibitive. You can paint a bike lane, you can reline a street to make it seem narrower, to slow down traffic and to make room for bicycles. So I'd rather see something like that than to arbitrarily drop the speed limit thinking that you're doing something good when you're really just pushing the problem down the road and you're not really solving anything. So I would push for real solutions, and I think this gives the impression of a solution without actually solving the problem.
Anybody else from the committee? A substitute who wasn't here for the public hearing would like to chime in the executive session?
Grant me that privilege.
What's your name first, sir?
I'm Representative David Frack from Enfield. I'm Representative David Frack from the town of Enfield, Grafton 16.
I'll certainly let you express your opinion.
Thank you. I would like to echo Representative Sykes's thought that this is enabling legislation. It's not mandatory. It's something, it gives a municipality another tool. And if that municipality, after an engineering study and appropriate action by the legislative body, decides that lowering the speed limit to 20 miles an hour is appropriate is the safe thing to do for a particular stretch of road because of its particular characteristics and traffic patterns, then they would be allowed to do it. So I will vote against the ITL motion, and I would urge my fellow committee members here to consider the fact that it is enabling, it's not mandatory, and in some communities, thinking mine in particular, on one particular stretch of road that goes around a very windy lake, it would be a vast improvement in safety. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If only we could be assured that municipalities or towns would in fact make these decisions after a engineering study or something similar. But the reality is that there's no rules that would command that or make that happen. In fact, it could just be a group of 7 citizens who came in and complained about the speed that they think is unusual or too fast, because I've seen that happen in my district in Laconia. And I think the other thing that should give, or at least it gives me pause, is the fact that it was said today in testimony this would in fact affect urban compact roads. And urban compact roads are normally state highways that are built as a state highway, and the state has got the local municipality to take over the expense of maintaining the road, asphalt and plowing, et cetera. Yet here, again, the possibility of a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, or who's to say in the future? Because we've already been talking about a slower vehicle is safer, so why stop at 20 miles an hour? Why not 10 miles an hour? I mean, you know, I'm not being silly here. We don't know, how people think about this stuff. And I think this, again, the responsibility, yes, bad drivers, distracted drivers, just bad driving in general, does not, the responsibility is on the pedestrian, on the bicyclist, or on the motorcyclist to take all defensive measures that they can to be prepared for that. And I don't think you can just fix that by a speed limit reduction. So that's my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? I'll chime in for a moment. I also am a local control supporter. However, when you start looking at speed limits, it's a little bit different. The expectation of every citizen in the state as they cross town borders is to look at the conditions of a road and expect that that's probably going to be a similar speed limit than it was in the town prior. This bill has nothing involved in it or mention anything about how many signs are required, so a lot of people could be caught off guard just by crossing a border with a different speed. Second of all, we talked with the Department of Transportation, and the way the state works and the way it should be done is that when they look at gauging or setting a speed limit on a certain road, it's basically clear conditions, dry pavement during the day, and the congestion of it at certain levels are not considered as top priority because it's still the responsibility of the motorist on navigating what's in front of them or around what's in front of them. I guess finally, we've all been by the school zones at 20 miles an hour that seem to flash from 7:30 in the morning till 3:30 in the afternoon, even though you don't see a kid for a mile, and realize, just as we heard, just how painfully slow 20 miles an hour is. And so even with your areas that you think might be a little bit problematic at certain times of the day, you change the speed limit to 20, well, that applies for the rest of the day as well. It applies for the rest of the night. It applies for the rainy days when there is nobody out. This just goes too far. My suggestion, even though the statute does say that a town would have to go through an engineering study, it does. But another recommendation we get from the Department of Transportation is that there's no definition of what that study looks like or what it seeks to achieve. I think before we expand on this, maybe we should change the statute and put a little bit of a parameter and a definition of what an actual traffic investigation or study for the purposes of setting a speed limit in statute before or prior to this. So for all those reasons, I'm going to vote for the inexpedient to legislate. Anybody else from the committee? I have not called the question, sir.
No.
Sure, I'll give you a last word.
Would like to also remind people that there is a state law that says when a pedestrian or a bicyclist is on the road, no matter what the speed limit is, the driver of the vehicles has a rule to go way around. And if you can't go way around, then you got to wait till you can go way around. So we've got that in place. Again, it's just another rule that unfortunately not everybody applies to, like school bus lights. But again, that has been taken, we do have that rule out there. And and again, a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, if you got a bad driver or an impaired driver or a distracted driver, it really doesn't make any, unfortunately, it's probably not going to do much good. So that's all. Thank you.
And you are correct, sir. It's the responsibility of the motorist, of the operator of a motor vehicle, to adjust his speeds dependent upon what's in front of him, whether it's conditions or congestion. Anybody else as a second last call? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 559.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Foot?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Giason? Yes. Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
No.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Frack?
No.
Representative Woods?
No.
Representative Bay?
No.
Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
Eleven to 4.
Our committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 11 to 4. I don't have my gavel. So give us a minute to reset, and we will open up the executive session on House Bill 499. Thank you. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, I guess it will.
You don't have to.
No, I know I don't.
Okay, next up, we'll take on Senate Bill, in our executive session, Senate Bill 499, relative to the membership duties and reporting requirements of the Traffic Safety Commission. Chair recognizes Representative Foot for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move auto pass on Senate Bill 499.
Representative Foot moves ought to pass. Is there a second? Representative Guyson, care to speak to your motion, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, this is an existing commission. This update will add a trauma medical review committee member to the commission, and they'll review and analyze traffic accident causations and address potential preventive measures. They'll be provided to the Speaker of the House, the Senate President, and the Governor. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Bayou.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill helps solve one of the major problems that we have here is making decisions without all the data that we can possibly have. We get hung up a lot with questions about what causes an accident, what the prevalence of certain causes are, and this helps gather the data that we need to make better decisions here in our committee. So for that reason, I support it.
Anybody else? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. I'm going to vote for it, but I do have an issue or a problem a little bit about the Trauma Medical Review Committee. We're talking about the causation of accidents, and maybe that they should be on a committee, the result, or medical results or injuries caused by accidents. I just, having seen, I'm just concerned that there won't be the thorough, I don't know, it's a mix-up. And I'm referring to motorcycle accidents with the mandatory helmet law tries. And they're always saying, well, this, but they never really get into it. And I just worry about that kind of twisting some minds there. That's all. I just want to throw it out there as a cautionary note. So that's all. Thank you.
You are absolutely correct. I agree with you. I had my reservations at first, too. We're looking at the results of the cause of the accident, not the result of the accident. So I do also have my questions about having somebody from that department on there. But it was asked specifically, and we have it on the record now, that that's not what the recommendations are there for. It truly is for the cause. I had my same worries, but I think we'll be okay. Anybody else? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion ought to pass on House Bill 499.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Foot?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Guyson?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Frack?
Yes.
Representative Woods?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Bay? Yes. Chairman Walsh?
Yes. 14.
Yep, 14-0.
Our recommendation ought to pass is adopted 14-0. I heard consent moved. Is there an objection to consent? Seeing none, consent it will be. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 499. Next up, we'll go into 500. Reports are due this afternoon. Okay, up next, we'll go into Senate Bill 500 in our executive session relative to the restroom access to certain commercial motor vehicle operators. Chair recognizes, I don't have somebody to recognize. I'll entertain a motion. Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 500.
Representative Giason moves ought to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Foot. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. So we heard during testimony that we have a shortage of drivers in the state of New Hampshire for logistical support for businesses and enterprise, and that one of the leading complaints most often from female drivers is inadequate access to sanitary facilities and restrooms. I believe that as businesses who are getting supported by these trucking entities, that there is a commitment to hospitality to the people that are servicing you, and that it is necessary to provide basic support to the employment staff, whether or not that's your directly paid employee or it's a supporting employee of another company. So for those reasons, I think it's very prudent to allow access to restrooms during delivery and pickup and wherever a truck driver may be going to support our economy in New Hampshire.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Yep, Representative Hill.
I'll just quickly say, I just can't believe in this day and age that someone is refusing restrooms to another person, whether they are a truck driver or whether they are an ex-mayor of a major city in New Hampshire. But I think it's important that we send a strong signal with this one.
I was going to try to find a place for some humor, but I don't think I can top that one. So, anybody else from the committee? Go Representative St. Clair.
I would just like to echo those comments.
Good thing this is recorded.
Yeah. Anybody else? Representative Bayou.
I just want to say I know this is something that happens because I've had friends who work not in trucking but in contracting and being denied access to bathrooms for arbitrary reasons, and it's not fair, and it's this one of the most definition of common sense. So I'll support it for that reason.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is ought to pass. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Foot?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
For Charlie, yes.
Representative Giason? Yes. Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
We're doing it for Charlie, yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Frack?
Yes.
Representative Woods?
Yes.
Representative Bay?
Yes.
Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
14? I think it's 14-0.
Our recommendation about to pass is adopted 14-0. I heard a motion for consent. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, consent it'll be. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 500. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, a new title. Okay, so here's where we are, folks. We're down to 617 as our last bill to exec for the biennium, actually. It's hard to believe we're here already. I have two amendments that were supposed to do the things I described when we had the executive, when we were in public hearing as potential amendments to Senate Bill, which one are we talking about? 617. They're not going where I wanted them to. And in conversation with that hearing, knowing also that it only applies to state police when you start dealing with 106B, not 262. This is an early bill. We have to deal with it today. I don't think these are ready. I will leave them here for anybody to read in case they decide to introduce them themselves. But I don't think they go where we need to go. What I've done in the meantime, which is why we're going to have to take a break for a few minutes, as a matter of self-preservation, I asked OLS to come up with the third amendment, which is simply to marry the 1492, House Bill 1492 was adopted by the House, on to 617, because to be honest with all of you, I think its survival in the Senate right now could be in jeopardy. So It's just amending what we have already voted on. I believe 285 to 42 or something like that in the House. It's our position. And I just want to give it another shot to survive. That includes everything that we've all worked on here. So that's what the last amendment is supposed to do, just marrying the two and sending it away. I don't have it yet, so we are going to have to take a break. I was told we were going to get the amendment by 1:30. So, but to be on the safe side, we can try in 15 minutes. We may have it, we may not. So we'll go into break until 1:45 and then give it another shot. All right?
Stay closed.
What's that?
Stay closed.
Yeah, don't go home yet. for any of you unsure, if you look at the amendment, just for speed's sake, on line 8, it says amend the bill by replacing all after section 9. So that means you would go to section 10 and 617 and then add this. So basically, so long as this amendment mirrors what 1492 says, we're in good shape. I just scanned through it myself. I think we're there. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience. Good news, as you can see, the vice chairman is in the house. I will continue this executive session by opening up Senate Bill 617. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 617.
Representative Guyson moves ought to pass. Representative Hamblin seconds. This, with an ought to pass motion, this bill is open to further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion for the amendment of 2026-1510 of OTP. Ought to pass.
Motion to adopt amendment number 1510H has been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hill. I'll speak to it. As I said, and we have confirmed, the two other drafts are just not ready to be dealt with at this point. We will keep them. If OLS is watching me, it wasn't a waste of time. We will use them in the future possibly. This last amendment that we're looking at, 150H, is merely the language of House Bill 1492 as passed by the House, attached to the back of Senate Bill 617. As we said before, it's the crazy season in our legislative body, and these are things you need to do to uphold the House position, which this is clearly a healthy House position. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both of these pieces of legislation, the amendment representing 1492 and SB 617, 617, are common sense legislation. They address real issues and provide real relief from a consumer safety standpoint, and I completely support them. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the committee on the amendment itself? Representative Guyson?
One good thing that this amendment does is that it affects both codes of law. The code of law that was identified as strictly covering state police entities and the code of law that covers all police entities. So without the amendment, this only covers one code of law. Adding this amendment has it apply to both codes of law, which is very important. It creates consistency.
It is, and even in spite of what we're doing here by attaching our position to the Senate bill, I think we've learned throughout this process that we're probably not done dealing with towing in the future, but at least we've got some groundwork accomplished. Anybody else on the amendment itself? Seeing none, I don't think we need a roll call in this. All those in favor of adopting 2026-150H signify by raising your hands. That would be unanimous. Thank you. So now the motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. Care to speak anything more to the bill, Representative Guyson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. Again, the motion is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 617.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
15-0.
Our recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 617 is adopted 15-0. Did I hear a motion to consent? Any objection to consent? Seeing none, that's where it'll be. So I'll close the executive session. Before we do go, I want to genuinely thank everybody again. We made it. I don't know if the rest of you feel the same way I do, but since I started doing this, it seems like time goes by very quickly. It's like every time we turn around, there's another deadline, and it's here before you know it. But I want to thank everybody. Once again, I think we can say that transportation is always and is again the best committee in the House. And anybody for the good of the cause. Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. echoing what you just said about the committee. But I just want to tell everybody, we have an election coming up. Some of us may or may not be here next year. And I just want to tell you what a pleasure and privilege it's been to be with everybody that's in this room. A great bunch of people, no matter what. And so I want to thank you all for being who you are. And it's just, I can't emphasize it enough. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everybody shares the same. Oh, by the way, and thank you for our substitutes today. Hope you enjoyed your time in transportation. Anybody else for the good of the cause? Oh, and as always, I am so sorry, not to mention the best researcher in the house. So, Brad, thank you. So, and it is. So, thanks again. See you next session, folks.